Let's go. Let's get started. 83% now, huh? Do you think we can do better than 83%? Where am I? Oh, right. This is, endgame right here. Okay, so there's a rocket to find, and there is a rocket, and after I found that rocket, there are 2 rockets to launch. And then there's, well, I got all the regular puzzles except for the 2 rocket puzzles. And then there's 18 more puzzles on the last rocket, on the last worm. So a lot to do for sure. And this is just a reset. So we gotta go get the rocket for our bad boy Omega here. Oh, oops, I don't want that. Can I connect to you here? Oh, that's interesting. That does, in fact, work if I want it to. I think I need to go over here. Oh, I remember how I did this. Like this. And then this can push this out of the way. Easy peasy. Alright, time to find out what happens if I try to launch a rocket. Where does it go? What does it do? It goes out the door. Instantly out the door. That's where it goes? It tries. I see. Is this where it wants to go? Out this door? Out the bottom. So that'll just go nowhere here at this angle. But there's not an angle that I can make that work. So we need to find a different worm to do this with, I think. That works? No. How do I get to where I'm trying to go? Like, this works. But this needs, like... Oh, no, this can't connect. This is the opposite of how it connects. Right? That connects. So whatever connects to here, maybe that means that blue connects? No. It needs to be... Blue could connect, actually. Blue could connect if it comes in from the top. Oh, that's awkward. Like this? Does this help? Oh, it does, in fact. This looks like it's intentional. That'll connect to here? Interesting. Alright, let's see if this does the thing. This looks like it does the thing. It does not do the thing! Curses! Maybe here, then? No, that doesn't connect either. Man. Alright, let's go through some wormies and figure out what connects. It could be Trident. I don't remember what any of the letters are. That doesn't connect. That's on the wrong side. Could it be... No, 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 no. Oh, maybe it's a hold. This could be it. Oh, this is totally it. This connects to here. Oh, God. All right, well, I guess that's a puzzle. Let's do that puzzle. I am immediately concerned. Does this actually work? Like, is there a way to make this work? Hold. I've got a spiral. Does this connect? Does this actually? Ah! Superb. Was that supposed to be hard? I think that was supposed to be hard, but that looked pretty straightforward, actually. Not to, like, make the puzzle feel bad or anything. But, you know. We've got one more wormy here. That's good. Probably. Come on, worms. Help, do the thing. That's a bit more movement. It's not a lot more movement. I still don't understand what's with the worms and the plants. Like, this implies that worms will eat the leaves off the plants and then die? If they eat the leaves or something? Like, I'm not sure what information I'm supposed to be gleaning from this, like, worms eat leaves, time passes, no leaves, worm on the ground. Like, what does this mean for me? What information am I supposed to be obtaining from this, this purveyor of knowledge? Are we doing things here yet? I mean, there's plenty of puzzles to solve here. Plenty of places to go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, so with 19 out of 24, I can get out of the sink. That's actually not too bad. Change can. So what is the last rocket? That's an L, I think? I'm never going to remember these letters. That's so interesting. There's like the 4 markers on the bottom, and then there's the 3 extra in kind of weird additional gray. Like they're challenge worms or something. I'm not sure what's supposed to. All right, this worm. This rocket. Where do you go? You go this way. You know what? I'm not going to follow this. I'm just going to fire this off and see what happens. Have I set up stuff in the way they're supposed to? Bonk. Okay. Try that again. With less bonk this time. Oh. So this needs to be turned. Okay. This way? No. We're just trying stuff. Eventually it'll work, right? Excuse me? Oh, I need to set up a jumper. I get it. I don't know why I haven't done this yet. You'd think this would be a thing that I've already done. But okay, let's go set up a jumper on this puzzle. Not this puzzle, the next puzzle. Not this puzzle. God damn it. Incorrect puzzle. Here. Oh, this garbage. Yeah. Yeah. This is, indeed something that we've looked at. I came here and wasn't able to figure it out. I remember. I do remember, in fact. It feels like I need to pop open a wall here, right? How do I set myself up to pop open a wall? Dangery. And now I'm stuck. Yeah. But I can push it over, maybe. If I do that first. Oh, but then I need to... how do I do that thing, actually? I guess I need to do it with the other piece. Is there a way to push the other piece up? Can I? Not from here. Pushing the other piece up seems difficult. Huh. Is the answer popping open a wall? What other answer could there be? I think before, my idea was like flipping. So eating the thing and flipping. But, that's not looking particularly possible, really. What about Morbin out? Oh, man. Better stand back. Alright, maybe the answer is the bottom piece first. Push, 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 push. It's not happening, is it? But any longer and I won't be able to get out. The other thing is, I might be able to set it up so that this, right? With 2 more length and then... No. No, I don't think so. No, instead I think no. Boy, how do I get this bad boy... maybe something like this. To get that piece eaten. Yeah, that kind of works. It lets me eat without dying, I think. Oh, no, it does not. It does not, in fact, let me eat without dying. There is no eating without dying. That almost helps. Except now we are dead. What have I done? Terrible things. Alright, this, I think, is... Is there a second... Oh, there is a second insight. Of course there's a second insight, those bastards. I'm just not ready to eat yet, is the point I'm trying to make. Is that what I want? This might be what I want. I feel like it's not quite what I want, right? I want that to be against this wall here so I can start popping open fence pieces. All right, what else do I know? What else do I know? If I'm not popping fence pieces down, then the answer is flipping. But flipping is going to cause removal of worm pieces, which is probably not okay, since my worm needs to be appropriately long to get out of this level. Because I do still need to beat the level after setting up the jumper. Well, this is, I've been in here and I've tried this, and I've messed around with this, and it was hard. And it looks like it is currently hard. Which, you know, I guess was a predictable situation. But I don't have to be happy about it. I like the other puzzle, where I figured it out instantly and felt like a genius. This sure does not have me feeling like a genius. I could do that. Is that helpful? I don't even think that's helpful. Is that helpful? That's maybe helpful. Ooh. Does that work? Is that the right distance? That might be the right distance, actually. Get out of the way. Ooh. Ooh. Is this helpful? How helpful is this? Because I still got to get off of this thing in order to survive this. What if I came into it this way? This is so close to helpful. I guess I can eat from here. It's like, it's so close to helpful. It's almost there. Uh-oh. Further uh-oh. Yeah, that puts me back. Alright, new plan. Similar to the old plan, but like just a little different. God damn it, worm. Do the thing. Eh? Eh? No. Oh, it's so close to being effective. It's so very close. How did we do this before? How did we do this in a way that was effective? I guess I could eat, and that gives me a little bit more room to work with some of this stuff. Right? No, of course not. That wouldn't rotate that way, would it? That would be impossible. No! Disaster! Of course that wouldn't work. Why would you think that would work? There's no way. It would work under what circumstances? Prior to eating. If we pushed it, there's no way to push it further prior to eating. Bigger disasters. Maybe there's a way to do it prior to eating. Right? This? Something like this? Oh, but now I've eaten, which is the problem. Having eaten is the problem. Eating is a problem. Big ol' wormy. Too big. Wormy too big. Too large a worm. Gosh, it was so close to good. It was so close to good. Let's do some undos, actually. Can I get back to where I was before, or prior to my last reset? There's a lot of running around. Here. Okay. So let's try being slightly bigger before I eat. I need to be even one more bigger. And then I can get out. Are you kidding me? There is still no escape. Oh my god, that's impressive, actually. This puzzle's really well put together. He thought of everything. Alright, put the other food back. Thank you. Put it back. Let's see if I can manipulate things over here. In any reasonable... Nope. Nope. No manipulations. Maybe. I can push that into the pit. But if I push that into the pit, now I've got a whole new set of problems. You know what? I'm going to push that into a pit and see if I can have less problems somehow. There really is no escape, is there? Other than popping open, like, that hole there. Now I'm so long that escape is even harder. Alright, put the food back. Popping that, actually, popping that open, that one specifically, is going to be remarkably difficult as well. Alright, what if... Is there a way to set this up on the other side? No, because of where that pit is. Not without pushing other things into the pit first. What if we do that on... So presumably it's just going to be the same thing. Right? Same effect. Just on the other side. Like, we're now just in the same position, except on here instead of the other side. As if that's somehow good. Like, I can do wiggles, but what am I doing with those wiggles? Not a whole lot. Weird worm dances or something? God, it's so close to real. It's so close to real. As is tradition, I suppose. So many puzzles are like that, where it's so close to real. Can I get this yet? No, it needs to be pushed closer. Can I get to this situation? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Can I get to this situation while pushing the other food closer? That's going to be a problem too. How did I get to this situation? I see how I got to this situation. I understand now. You might be wondering how I got myself in this situation. Well, I pushed this worm, and then pushed the other worms, and then went to the other side, and pushed the worm a little bit more. I hope that answers your question. Worms can't do record scratches. Worms have no hands. Very difficult to do record scratches with no hands. This is Dr. Worm. Dr. Worm plays the drums, so presumably Dr. Worm has hands. Or some alternate way to hold drumsticks. I've been assured that while he's not a real doctor, he is a real worm. An actual worm. So, you know, maybe he knows something I don't about ways to hold things. Including records, even. Why? Why? Not why. How? How is always the problem. Why is clear. Because the developers are powered by spite. How is the question. Alright. If the plan is poking out a wall, which wall could I poke out? Like that? If I was one longer, does that work? Hit? Yeah, there's no way that works. I can't poke out a side wall because I have to come around to it from here. I don't think I can even poke out this wall. Like, I don't think I can arrange myself correctly. Because even if I was one longer here, which is the longest I could possibly be, moving forward would put my tail out of position to be against a wall. So, still no. Not without flipping. So maybe the answer is still flipping, and then from here I figure out how to poke out a wall? That's actually plausible. This, though. I don't like this. Can't even get to it from here. Maybe if I've eaten first, I can do this, and that's somehow helpful. That seems unlikely, I'll be honest with you. That's the best I can do flipping internally. I can move that. Is that helpful? Seems not helpful. Alright, if I can't poke out a wall, and getting inside such that I can flip out the thing seems unreasonable, which at this point it seems pretty unreasonable. What is my next step? What is the next trick? Sitting and thinking about a puzzle has never solved one of these puzzles. Historically, these puzzles have been solved by trying things and getting into trouble and generating insights by being in weird positions. So I wonder if I can... Oh, I can cut off a piece of my tail on the outside, actually. Right? Maybe? No, I'd have to be a lot longer to cut off a piece of my tail. Even with two more food, I'm not long enough to put food on the outside. Put the food back, idiot. Thank you. This is a thing I can do. But then I can't get back out. Ah, and then I can't back up enough to actually get onto the thing. Terrible. Terrible. Oh, but maybe I could do this? Why does this not work? Oh, I see why it doesn't work. What am I trying to accomplish here? Oh, if I could be in this position and then raise my tail, that would work. That would require some very specific eating. And would also kill me once I got off of the piece because of the fit. Wow. Nope. Now I can't even get into position to get onto the other worm. Is there a way to do this without having this food to be right there? Terrible news. Wonderful news. There's a lot of running around in order to make this happen. Good heavens. I could do that. That doesn't help me get the food out of the way, though. What's up, Ender? That does not help me get the food out of the way. That just leaves the food differently in the way. Which I believe is not the outcome I am looking for. Sure seems like not the outcome I am looking for. Guess I do need to do that in order to make this work. But then the food's in the wrong place! How do I fix the food? Alright, instead of fixing the food, I am going to take my usual... What is the outcome I'm looking for? I need to get the... hang on, I'll break out my pointer. I've got a pointer for exactly this reason. I need to get this 4-piece worm outside of this fence. I need to get it right here, specifically, so that I can make a jumper that connects these two wires. There's potentially other ways to do that same thing, but this seems like the most plausible way, is getting this outside of this fence somehow over to here, and then solving the puzzle in the normal way afterwards. I am at that point in the meta, yes. I am aware of the existence of jumpers. And I am trying to launch the last rocket, specifically. This is the point that I'm at. I have done a lot of things, and this is the last thing I want to do before I go over to Rocket 8 and just spend the rest of my life there. And it's a problem. It's for sure a problem. It is a legit real problem. Having a rough time with this one, I'm not gonna lie. I don't want this to be the first puzzle I take an insight on. Well, I don't want any puzzle to be the first puzzle I take an insight on. But this might end up being the first puzzle I take an insight on. So far, I have satisfactorily disproven to myself the idea that I can break any of these walls, purely because of the positional requirements necessary in order to do that. I have been able to flip this out of position by doing whatever that thing was that I was doing before. This, I suppose, was the thing I was doing before. Don't even remember how you managed to do it. Yeah, I've been in that position as well. So I'll show you as much as I've done, which is basically this. And this lets me do this. From here, I don't know how to make any additional progress, but this is a thing that I am capable of doing, for all that that seems somewhat helpful. Not lots of helpful, but somewhat helpful, maybe. It's a unique thing, a unique state I can get into. Alas, it does not appear to have solved any of my problems. Said problems being, as mentioned before, getting the Z piece out of the fence. It's a Z, right? ZS? It's a Z. Yeah, it's a Z. Mentally rotating things. It doesn't get me anywhere. None of this gets me anywhere. I don't think I can break down walls. Flipping like this doesn't really give me freedom in here, because I still can't get off of the stupid L piece. Elbow piece, I guess. And then the other thing I tried was this, which, wait, that doesn't do anything, was this, hold, which doesn't get me anywhere, unfortunately. And if the Z is already in the pit, it still doesn't get me anywhere, because I still can't get off of the elbow. It's just not good enough. Alright, put the food back, buddy. And then from here, like, this doesn't do anything either. Nom 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 nom. Delicious worms. Makes me wonder if there's, like, some other piece to this that I'm missing. I mean, obviously there's some piece of this that I'm missing. But, like, with how flipping works, there's something else that I haven't done here yet that I could be doing. Like, I can't even get... Like, I can't even use this to get this piece eaten, right? Because if I do, I can't actually get back far enough to reflip. You're uncertain. I'm not looking for answers. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm not... I am not asking for help. If I was asking for help, I would just take the insight. It's so close to doing something, though. You know? Feels like it's almost there. I don't know what else I would want it to be doing, though. Like, I don't know what difference, what other situation I would want to be in order to make this work for me. Maybe I should go back to trying to pop a fence off? Really felt like that was impossible. Like, the lengths would never line up. Right? Because from this position, I have to be eating in this position. And that would let me climb. Like, that would put my tail up. But that wouldn't pop a fence off. If you have face and tail against a fence, do you pop the fence or do you climb the fence? Like, which direction goes up? Or which direction goes forward? I don't think I've ever been in that situation. Because it's like, if I wanted to be in a situation where here, right? And then I'm two longer and also eating a food, like, that doesn't work. That just flat doesn't work. No such position exists with the way the food is set up in this level. Unless I create more food somehow. But creating more food involves knocking over a fence to begin with. Like, there needs to be a hole in the fence already in order for me to create more food. And then the other question is, like, here, right? If I was one longer and then eating a food, which, again, there's not that much food. So I can't be popping a fence off. Like, the positions for popping a fence just doesn't work. Unless I get inside, right? Which is this shenanigans again. And from here, maybe there's a way to pop a fence off. Actually, there might be a way to pop a fence off from here. I want to push that down. No, I don't want to push that down. That's not a thing I want to do. Yeah, now I'm stuck in this position, which means I want this food to be somewhere else. If I want to be eating that food. Which, like, maybe I could put that food here? Alright, restarting again. Bad mojo? What is bad mojo? Alright, the first thing that needs to happen is this gets pushed down. Then, this gets pushed here. Now that I've pushed that down, is it impossible to push back up? Quite possibly. Very old adventure game where the protag turned into a cockroach. Same vintage of Monkey Island. Okay. Yeah, Monkey Island was a real game. I don't remember Bad Mojo. I feel like I either played or knew about all of those kinds of games at the time, but... Is there a way to do this? I suppose there is. Without pushing that other food around. Too adult for us in those days? Okay, but that definitely means I would have known about it. Like, that's exactly the kind of thing I would have known about. What about... No. What about pushing this food around such that I don't have to... Such that I can eat it in different situations? Where could I put that food in order to make this more interesting? Also, how would I make that more interesting? What would I do with that food? Oh, big yawns. Wow, miserable. Apparently you'd heard of it. Yeah, I just never did. I don't think. Or maybe I did and put it out of my mind because I wasn't ready for a game that let you play as a cockroach. My feeble young mind, unprepared. Man, how do I even beat this level normally? I mean, I think it involves doing a lot of the same things that I am already doing here, right? Like this. And then what? Because if I just eat, I can't just eat that. Wow, ha 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 ha. I guess that gets all of this stuff close enough that I can eat them, and then I can just go eat this. This is how I beat the level normally. I did it. I beat the level. That's definitely exactly what I was looking for. I need to do that, but then also get the other thing out. Maybe I should eat all the food and then figure out how to get it out? Is that feasible? And then I'm not able to push anything around from this side, though. Like, the moment I eat any food, all pushing is over. Well, let's play around with it and see if maybe that's the answer anyway. Now that I'm here... I would like that to be here. I don't know why I want this, but I'm pretty sure I want this. No. Maybe I don't want this. Is this the only way to do it? Yeah, I can't overlap. There, that would not work. Yeah, now I can't even get off the worm. Difficulties. Maybe I can do something interesting from here now? Something that doesn't involve my death? Alright. New plan. The new plan is getting food outside. And we do that by cutting off a part of my tail. And we do that by... By how? By what? The problem now with having eaten any food out here is if I do this, I can't get out. Well, that's a very annoying food placement, you know? Maybe I start like this? Get that food more out of the way, kind of. Kind of. No. This needs to already be out of the way. What a problem. The 3 needs to already be against the wall for me to be able to push the 4 around. No. No. Really a lot of problems here. Alright, if I do that, is there any way out of this for trying to do the things that I'm trying to do? Not really. as previously threatened, I think I do need to take my usual stream break a bit early here. So we're going to do that. I'm going to take you folks to a break screen, give you some music while I'm gone, and I'm going to sit and think about this puzzle while I'm sitting and doing other stuff, and I'll come back in a bit, and hopefully I'll have figured it out. I will have had my epiphany, my flash of insight. But if not, you know, get settled, because we're going to be here for a while. All right, thanks for hanging out. Back in a few. Alright, I am back, but I've got nothing. I've still got nothing. Oh, this is muted, that's why. That's why it was weird. So what am I doing here? I don't even have a good sense of, like, stuff to try. Like, what other positions can I put myself in to maybe see something new or try something new that's different from what I've already done? Like, what else do I have? Like, what other position can I get myself into here? I like the idea of trying to get this out of the way somehow. But I don't have a lot of ways to do that. Wow. Alright, so it really does require getting that against that wall before I can push this far enough that I can push it around. And I can never push it left from here. Is that far enough that this one can push it left? No. This needs to not be there in order for me to push it left. Then I could do it from here. I guess I could eat and then push it left, but then I wouldn't ever be able to do anything from here. Which... under what condition is that okay? Like, I guess I could get this done. Oh, now I need to be 3 longer in order to get it pushed up? Which, like, that's not impossible to do. But now, like, I can't get into it from the other side. If I go up one more, I lose? Yes. Oh, even still I lose. Oh, no. Yeah. At this length, I can't do anything there. What I'd like to do, and it doesn't seem particularly possible, maybe it is. This makes it look like the thing I want to do is possible, actually. Huh. Okay, so what I'd like to do... I'm going to break out the pointer. We'll see if this helps. What I'd like to do is get this 3 here. These 3 spots with this food up here so it's still braced. Which means I can eat from this spot. The question is, how do I do that without getting this, like, in a terrible position? Oh, and then I also have to move the food up to here, and then also have the... Ooh, maybe that's not possible. Maybe that's not possible. Because if I was eating here, that's not enough room to rotate down and still get the thing over. So I'd want it to be here, which means somehow pushing that food up to this spot without having that 3-piece against the wall? That seems actively impossible. Alright, this is looking like a no-go. Hi, Vera. You've got a lot of faith in me. And I appreciate that. Normally I would say that's justified, but things are not going well this puzzle. Alright, if flipping in doesn't do it, and trying to get a food on the outside of the fence doesn't seem possible, and breaking fence doesn't seem possible, what's left? Is it time to take the insight? It might be time to take the insight. I'm not happy about it, but it might be time to take the insight. What are my other options? I could stick the 4 or one of the foods into the pit, which would let me get the 3 in this position, which is an appropriate position to roll up from here. Does rolling in that direction help me in any way that rolling in the other direction doesn't? Maybe, but then I don't have enough pieces left. Alright, how about I play around with it and see? I don't think it'll work, but I've done a whole lot of things that haven't worked yet, so there's no reason to cut myself off from this thing that potentially won't work either. Oh, rude. And from here, I can't do anything. Maybe I needed to be able to push the worm down one more with the Z in order to try and do the thing that I am trying to do. Is that even possible? With my worm the length that it is? I mean, if I eat, it's possible. Oh, right, yes, no, of course that wouldn't work. That's not what I'm trying to do. I am trying to do... this. Now that I've done that, I want a way to get this thing pushed left? That seems really unlikely. Really unlikely. I need to be 2 longer down here, but if I'm any longer down here, I can't escape. If I'm 2 longer, if I'm exactly 2 longer, does that let me escape? No. Still no. This lets me escape if I'm exactly 1 longer, but also I can't go that deep into it and still retain my turn. So no. Still no. Is Ouroboros the answer? Or Borbobos? Can I eat myself? Do I have that? I don't think I have that power. I don't think there exists a way to make that happen. What other weird mechanics exist that I might be able to take advantage of? Flight? We do have a pit here. Flight might exist. This should work. I guess all the rest of the worm is still in the way. Too big a worm. This might actually work. Hang on, hold. Really? Alright, I need to be 2 longer. So that's 2 longer. That lets me rotate, but it doesn't let me go all the way. Oh, because it's... I have to go all the way across. I can't stop mid rotate. Of course. Of course. What if... wondering if there's a way to, like, fully eat the Z piece that might make this work better. Not big. And if I get any bigger, it doesn't work, though. Things stop working once I get too big. Now I need to be 1 bigger again. I need to be in this position, but also 1 bigger. But if I go down here and eat this piece, there's no escape. Oh, I can't eat it from here. Is there a way to get that piece closer to the top so that I can eat it? Alright, let's try and get things into position again. And see if that results in anything particularly interesting. From here, does this work? Not quite. The positioning on this doesn't work either. And I can't push it up any further. Right? Because I need to have eaten these in order to do that, and then I can't escape from below. Long, long man. My favorite kind. Right, like if I move any further in, I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here anyway. Ah. No. That's actually close enough that this might still work from here. Nope. Too bad. I may be long. Oh, maybe. No, bonks! Heck! I need to do that here, actually. Oh. This actually lets me move the food outside. Maybe. Okay. I can use this to pop a hole in the thing. How long do I need to be to make this work? Is this the right length? Am I too long? Am I not long enough? Hey! Hey! Alright, I need to pop open another hole, though. Which I think I can do the same way. Okay, I need to have popped open a different hole. I can pop open a different hole. That's fine. What a struggle. Man, what even shape did I take to make this happen? Rewind until I know what the shape is. Like this. All right. Right, down, right, up, left, up, left. Okay. From here, right, down, right, up, left. Cool. Cool. I was right. I was right about all the things. I was correct about every single thing. Every single thing that I could have been right about, I was right about. I just needed to actually do those things. What a start. This isn't even the rocket puzzle. This is just to get to the rocket puzzle. What a life. Unbelievable. Alright, now that I've done that, I need to position this. Was this the rocket? Where does this go now? Where does this go now, actually? I still don't even know where this goes. I just know we needed that jumper. It goes out that right side. So where does that right side connect to? We just don't... Yeah, we just don't know. Here? The short one. Up the short one. The far left one. That does, in fact, connect to a thing here. It connects here. And then out this way. Over to here. Which needs another jumper. Excuse me? Excuse me? Sir and or madam? I have to Ouroboros here. There's no other way to self-cut. Oh my god, how? That doesn't give me the right shape. What does give me the right shape? This. Well, that's so drastically incorrect. No. The same idea, but the other way. Here. And then I do this. From the other side. Okay. What a level. Yup. Great. And then we go out here. And we get into this level, which I hadn't seen before. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. Cool, yeah, cool. Get rocketed. This game continues to be a thing. It's so true. It really does continue to be a thing. Alright, level 2 rocket. Here we go. What the actual hell are we doing? I don't even begin to see how we can engage in mechanics. Maybe I fly? Or cut myself into pieces, this is my last resort? Like, there's this fence out here, which is a long fence, maybe just for the sake of being a fence. But then there's this bad boy. Ah! I have to become headless. I have to become headless. And then arrange it so that I can still get over here somehow. Oh god. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a... What do I not give a fuck about? I don't remember what I don't give a fuck about. Cut my arm bleeding, I think, is what I'm supposed to not give a fuck about. Alright, I need to arrange it so that I can cross here. Right? This thing rolls all the way across, which means this needs to... Oh, no. I have already cut my life into pieces. That ship has sailed. This piece right here, this piece needs to be like here, these two spots, or these two spots, or these two spots, or something, so that this can roll all the way across after I have cut my life into pieces. Yeah. It's the cut my arm bleeding thing. I thought so. My misspent youth slowly coming into focus again. But that is a difficult position to get this bad boy into. Yes? Oh, not if I just do the thing correctly, though. Because I can just get it... Hold on. I can just do this. I cannot just do this. Well, I had an idea and it was the wrong idea. It was such a good idea briefly. Maybe we get this one across first? And then I do something different? You can go over here, I guess. Because I can get this across, thusly. Hold on. This is more of an issue than it looked. Hold. What am I doing with this? What am I doing with you, buddy? Whee! Uh... Can I somehow use this to get across? This is so close to being good. So close to being good. Just really very close to being good. Why doesn't this work? Oh, come on. Don't give me that. This should totally work. How do I get you across with the power of rolling? No! Disaster! It's so close to being good. Man, okay, so I understand what I'm supposed to be doing here, but now execution suddenly is difficult. Why? How dare they? This should work. This should totally work. Should it work, actually? Oh. Oh. Right, that's exactly the thing that didn't work, right? I understand. Is there a way to do... like... this to there to all the way across? Maybe there's a way to do it. I bet. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea. It is different from the previous idea. This is an idea that is different. That's not good enough. Am I screwed here, actually? I don't think I'm screwed. I think there is more to do here. Do I need to do that? I mean, eventually I need to do this. But I feel like this thing that I have just done is causing more problems than it's helping. Okay. Disaster. Alright, new plan. New plan. The new plan involves resetting. Minor amounts of resetting. Because I think I need to get the 3 here in some way that I can brace the 2 off of it. Unless I think I can... No. I can do this, though. Danger. But that lets me do something interesting, maybe. What is the interesting this lets me do? How does this help me? How does this help me? Okay. I thought this was going to be the answer, and it's looking like it's not the answer anymore. Maybe it still is the answer, and I just need to do things a little differently again? Push you out of the way? Not that far out of the way. Like this, and then I can't do anything else ever? This is not coming together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not coming together. I can maybe cut off a part of my, like a small part of myself, and then use that to fill the gap. Maybe? Can I do that? Yeah, what if this piece is just bait? Get you out of the way. What's the Nightbot variable you use to get your time stat for when we do that HL? I don't remember. If you look at my Nightbot commands, it should tell you exactly what it's doing. I think you can go !commands. And it'll tell you exactly what it's doing for all the different things that it's doing. And there's also a lot of commands that maybe aren't super relevant anymore, or I added because I thought they were funny and they never got used. There's like some amount of thing. I really feel like this should work, but it doesn't seem to be working. Twitch is it? Who knew? Why can't this roll? Oh, I guess it could if this square wasn't here. Then it could roll. No, that's not where I want to be. Surprisingly, this is not the answer. That's really a shame that this doesn't work. Wow. Even better. And then I can't do the thing do more thing. More thing from this direction? No more thing? Hop. Love it. God, the rest of this is so easy to do. Like, not instantly, but like very quickly saw the shape of what I was trying to do, and now executing on that is impossible. Could get it here, maybe. Does that help? I'm not sure that helps. I don't think I can get it there, actually. What am I missing with this? What dark magic would allow me to rotate this across that gap? Fully eating it, maybe? Fully eating it and then getting on something else and then rotating? But then I would have to get onto something else and then rotate? Which is some shenanigans? I would have to... get it, like... here, these two? And then have the 3 be here? And then rotate it? I don't think I'm long enough to make this work. Also, I'm not in a position where I can fully eat this while it is in this location. Like, that doesn't work either. I don't have anything to brace it against. I don't think I'm long enough to brace it against myself, am I? No. With the 3 in place, am I long enough to brace it against something somehow? No. The 3 doesn't help. Like, I can still do this if I somehow think this is going to help. Do I somehow think this is going to help? No. No, I don't somehow think this is going to help. It's so close, though. It's so very close. Everything is so very close, and then it doesn't work because of these enormous gaps. Oh, this is perfect, actually. That's fine. I can just drop it there, and then everything works. I can just drop it in the middle. I don't need to get it all the way to the other. I can just drop it in the middle and it works. I knew there was a way. Alright, so that's all of the puzzles in the 7 starter rockets. All that is left is rocket 8. Pause the music. Game music is doing a thing. Question mark. There's no question marks. I know exactly what's going on here. Alright. There is nothing to question. Assemble a team of worms. I did it. I got an achievement. I got an achievement for assembling a team of worms. I'm so happy. Look at how assembled they are. So now all that's left is all of this, which is rather a lot. What questionable accent am I giving them all? That's a very good question. How did I get to here? How did I get myself into this position, honestly? Oh, by going left. I see. I just have to back up each time. It's something like this. Aha! Hooray! That's not too bad. Figuring out the, like, weird back and forth there. And then there's this one, and this seems way more impossible. Yeah, there's a lot of dead worms here. It's very, it has a deliberate graveyard feel. I mean, what's stopping me from... Oh, that's what's stopping me from... Yep. No, I see it. I understand now. This doesn't work either, because now it's exactly the wrong angle. No, disaster. There is a way to make this work, though, right? Like, I'm thinking about... If I'm here, for example. I need to be one longer to make that work. But that would work. No, that wouldn't work. I need it to be up one, and then it works. But it can't be up one, because then it's not braced. Solution exists, allegedly. But I can get it to here while still on it. If I don't screw things up. From there. From here. Right? Here. There. Here. There. And then... Oh no? Oh no. Because now I gotta get across again. Oh, now I just do this. Which is somehow good. No and then. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. Now I do different shenanigans? Oh, now I do this shenanigans. Aha! Get in there, buddy! You just gotta, you just gotta look at the puzzles and think about the puzzles correctly. It's really not... they say all these puzzles are hard, but you just gotta look at the puzzles and think about them. You just gotta think about them the right way. You just gotta do the brains thing. You just gotta be smart. Just be smart about puzzles. It's really easy. What the hell is actually happening here? Like, actually, what the hell is happening? Puzzles are not hard. Puzzles are worm. Accurate. Accurate. Is this helpful? Step 2 question mark. Step 3 puzzle solved. Yeah, easy. Easy. Easy every time. Now I just have to figure out how to now that I have flown across the gap, I need to figure out how to do a thing here. Is that not a cheer mode? That's surprising to me. I would expect that to be a cheer mode. Alright, you could do it with Kappas, sure. Look, you just gotta do things until they work. I'm not exactly sure what the next step for things that work is, though. Does it involve cutting my life into pieces? Like, is this helpful? There is a world in which I become one piece of worm and somehow get this food up here so that I can just be 2 pieces of worm right at the end where it matters. Ah. I may or may not have figured it out. This thing needs to be here. Or maybe just I need to be there. So all of this thing that I was doing, this is all correct. But I think I needed to start off differently. Like, I think this needs to be up one. Here. Right? And then I need to get the thing. So I need to... This is the setup that I need after I've done the one thing. But then... that means prior to that, I need to have done the other thing. So... I need... Yeah, I still need to fly. How did I do that the first time? Concerning. Remind me what I did, game? Let's do a bit of rewinding. Get myself into position again. And do this in such a way that it doesn't put... Doesn't put this into the corner. Oh, that was the only way I could figure out to fly. Maybe that means flying isn't the answer? Or maybe flying is the answer and there also needs to be some other trick to it. Only on our last resort. There's been a lot of last resorts. There's been a lot of lives and worms cut up into pieces. Does this work? I don't think this works. But maybe this does work. I don't need to fly now. I just need to get this bad boy moved over. And I'm not sure that I have a way to move it over, given the corner that it's stuck in. Alright, real quick, big rewind. From here. Is there a way to do something interesting that doesn't involve pushing it into the corner? Like this. I hate this. This seems to be the answer. And I don't like it. Because that's a problem. I guess I need to find a way to move this up one without breaking the without eating the food. This doesn't exactly work. What am I missing here? Maybe I need to have done this prior? And then I can move it. And then I can somehow figure out a way to fly without causing problems? I guess I'm one shorter now. Maybe I can fly from here. No. I do actually need to be that one longer in order to fly. I guess I still just do it this way, right? That lets me fly. This lets me fly. Can I figure out a way to fly without pushing it against the corner? That's the real question. I love the little dust cloud when you land. How do I set myself up for victory on the return? I can't cut myself up because then I won't actually be able to get back. And I need to be able to get back. Maybe I can cut myself up more once I get back, and it works fine. Maybe it just works better than I'm giving it credit for. What if it just works and this whole time I've been messing around trying to find a solution for something that didn't need to find a solution for? For example, what if it just worked? What if the whole time it just worked and it wasn't a problem? How cool would that have been if it had just worked? See, this is what I'm saying. You know, you just gotta solve the puzzle. You just gotta look at the puzzle and be like, oh, I can solve this puzzle. And then it's easy. What the hell is this garbage? How long am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I need to be 3 long? Oh, okay. I get it. I think I get it. I am now the correct length, but not in the correct place. Hmm. Is that what I wanted? Is any of this what I wanted? Okay, now I just can't cut because there's food in the way. Sure. Maybe if I bang my head against the wall enough, I'll be able to just get the thing. Is there a way that I could, like, cut such that pieces fall into there? I know I can't do it with food. If I push food into the hole, I die. Or rather, the puzzle is over. The puzzle becomes unsolvable. Okay, what if I was longer? Okay, so I guess the question is, can I set myself up, like, here, for example, such that I cut an appropriate amount of worm off on the outside in the appropriate position, actually, is the real question. Right? Like, I think I need to somehow get into it in the middle like this. I still don't have the shape of the solution here. I could gain an insight, though. I still don't have a clear idea of what I'm trying to do. If I could rotate the worm that's not me, this feels like it would be pretty easy. I don't think I have that power. How do I get worm food on the inside of the fence? That's the question. Oh. I need to set it up so that when I roll... Pointer. I need to set it up so that when I roll, I have tail here. Worm, 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 eat. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That feels like it should work. I just need to get myself into that position. And the amount of space I have to work with is pretty limited. Here we go. Like this. That's what I was looking for. Perfect. See, you just gotta think about it. You just gotta use them brain meats. You just gotta do the thinkies. And then everything is fine. Uh-oh. This one has a lot of worms. Okay. Suspicious. Okay, yeah, no, that wouldn't work. I understand. Almost. Some big almost energy here. Well, guess whose worm isn't long enough to make it to the next thing? What a surprise. What if we do it this way? What is stopping me from just doing this? Oh, then I can't get out of here. That's the whole trick, is I need a way out. That's what the U is for. The U is for leaving. The U is for escaping. Once I have eaten. So like this? Like this somehow? Like this. Oh, but now this thing is stuck in the middle of you. For some value of stuck in the middle. Maybe not that stuck? Oh, that's still pretty stuck, actually. How do I unstuck? How do I unstick you? How do I quit you? Oh, like this, maybe? Oh, I don't need to quit you. I can just dump you. Get dumped. $11. Only 8 more until I can see an ending. Boy, this one's suspicious, isn't it? Like, I need to do that, and then I need to flip this again. In what way do I arrange these so that I can flip it the other direction? I see. I need to get it into the other thing. Into this. Excuse you. So that later... Problems? That's not what that's not what, none of this is what I was looking for. I don't know how it got all the way over there. Maybe if it wasn't all the way over there, this would work out better. What if it was not all the way over there? Just like a little bit over there. Now this needs to be braced against something so I can flip it the other way? Maybe I flip it the other way first. I guess at that point it doesn't make a difference. It's all the same. So I might as well flip it this way first. Which, like, this works, kind of. Oh, this works no matter where this is. So if I do this, while this piece is higher up, it works. Come on, man. Thank you. Okay, so maybe we flip that way first, then. What have I done here? Dangerous? A little dangerous. Oh, God. Just a little dangerous. Yeah. A little. That was. We got more dangerous apparently. Come back down, buddy. Come back to here. Come back to me. Boy, there is sure not a lot of space to work with here. Danger? Probably danger. This would work if that was not too in the way. It's too in the way. So we need to do exactly this thing, but from one space higher. Hello? Just push it! You did such a good job of pushing it so to the one space. Why does this not work? Like, if I move off of it in order to push it again, then I can't get back onto it. What? Hello? Oh! Okay, that's not the solution I was expecting, but I will take it. And in fact, if that is how this is going to work, then I want to do this from here. Oh, it does need to be the other direction first. It does need to be the other direction first? Yes, it needs to be the other direction first, and then we do the thing on that other side. And it works out okay. Probably. Does this work? Sure does not. Does this work? Hello, Molly Top. How's it going? This got messier. Why does this not work? Does it need to be up one more in order for that to work? That's distressing. Okay, if I flip it the other direction first, then... Okay, so to answer your question, Molotov, this is a block-pushing puzzle game with a lot of other mechanics that you slowly discover as the game goes on. Very similar to Steven's Sausage Roll, for example, where you start off pushing blocks and then very quickly are doing some ridiculous things to the blocks that you are pushing. In this case, I am a worm. Behold, my worminess. And I am pushing other pieces of worm into positions such that I can eventually put a worm into this hole, completely filling the hole, and then juicing the worm. The worm juice then provides me with the power necessary to acquire symbols of power. That's a worm? It's a worm. Yeah. They're all worms. Don't worry about it. Phrasing. I will not. I mean, that is unfortunately accurate, Inkling. Whichever one I do first, I don't seem to be able to do the other one next, is the problem I am running into. Is there a way to lift this up? That was a mistake. Oh boy. Everything was a mistake. Whew. Extra mistakes. Yes, okay. Sad piano music, correct, unfortunately. What a struggle. Does that help? I don't think that helps at all. So much of this doesn't help. All right, starting over. What is step 1? All right, let's try step 1 is getting this rotated. Here, maybe? No? Yes? Here, maybe? The worm gets larger when it eats the other worm. Kind of. That is kind of how it works, yes. Okay, so this works. But it needs to be in this position exactly in order to work. And now I need to get onto the other thing in order to flip it. Onto the other side. So how do I get onto the other side of it in order to flip it? How do I brace it against the rest of the thing? I don't think I do. So... yeah, so as you have seen, if you attempt to eat part of another worm, you get stuck onto it. Stuck, kind of. And then you can use that as leverage to rotate the worm, which is also not a euphemism. None of this is a euphemism. 0 euphemisms in this game. So the problem now is I need, if I just go up here, you can see it just pushes it, right? So I need something to brace it against so that when I go up onto it, it doesn't move, which will let me eat it. And then I can rotate it, using that as leverage. But I need to figure out a way to brace it against something so that I can do that. And from this direction, that does not seem possible. So, alright, let's take this another direction first, then. So the other question is, if I brace this against something, how do I then get it into a position where I can still flip it? That's the question. What have I done here? Everything's a disaster. You had to take a shower after all this worm talk. I get it. Pushing worms around is sweaty business. God, this just gets worse. This seems doable. This is not doable. What is doable, though, is this. Yes? I don't know if this is gonna work. Eh? So I think I need to do... oh, no. Oh, no. Alright, one more space over. So I think I need to do this first. Once this is done, I need to find a way to brace it here. It's a bad position. New plan. That's not the plan. This is the plan. Back that worm up. Like, I need to be in this position, except up one more. Only the question is how to up one more, all things considered. Maybe there is an interesting way to brace the worm. I kind of tried that, and it really looked more impossible than whatever it is I'm doing here. Well, I guess I can do it all the way against the edge, like here. No, I cannot. Boom. Oh, God, why? But from here, I can't even get into the position. And I can't do any more pushing without dying. No, I don't like that either. What if... Yeah, I can't flip this the other way, which would make this much easier. For some value of easier. Actually, I don't think it would make it much easier. I don't think it would really do much at all. Problems. Really? I suppose. Ah. Yes. Okay. No, I get it. That would in fact be a problem. What if... None of this is going to work either. Maybe there's a trick with flipping it into position such that I can then immediately be on the other side of the thing. And what position would I flip it into in order to make that work? It's a good question. I don't have the answers. I'm afraid my brain is insufficiently doing the thinky bits. I mean, I could do this. That doesn't seem like it would help much, does it? Doesn't seem like it helps much at all. All right, how about we try this one more time? Does this work even? Completely stuck. I'm so sorry. I regret having forced you into this situation. I think this works. Oh god. If I get the L into position? Maybe? Maybe this works. Damn it. Oh, all kinds of problems here. Alright, I'll see you around, Calaman. Thanks for dropping by. This is such a mess. This is really a big problem. Poor little Wormy. So many pitfalls. No. Maybe. Right? Like this? Okay, so that's step 1. That's step 1A, I should say. I tried step 1B before, and I couldn't figure out how to get from step 1B to step 2. So maybe from step 1A we can figure out. Did they ever explain in the game why the worm has legs? How else is it gonna move? Also, I am a... The character is implied to be a sentient wormhole, which is possessing a worm for the purposes of puzzle solving. So from this position, how do I pop it, lock it, and reverse it? Yes, correct. The game is called Can of Wormholes, and it certainly delivers on that front. How? From here, how? From here, impossible? I feel like from here, even more impossible than from the other direction. I could show you the intro cutscene if you want. Maybe that'll help. You know what? I'm going to exit this stage. We're going to go to the main menu, and I will start a new file so that you can see the intro cutscene, because I'm sure this will help answer questions as opposed to cause additional questions. Are you ready? For the record, those are smaller worms piloting giant robot worms. That's what's happening here. Like those worms that just got flung up to the screen, those were the worms that were using the joystick to move this big worm around. So there was a tennis ball in the way in the worm tunnels, which after some amount of exploration is probably drains. Probably. And now the worm transports are in peril, as you can see from all of the red. And the one remaining worm alive on this giant worm has pressed the press button in case of emergency. The text in the back says can of wormholes. So now we have a can of wormholes receiving can of wormhole food? Wormhole food? Unclear. And this is me. This is my character. This is it. Oh, and then I need to free this poor worm by launching a wormhole at the thing. And now this worm is helping me to navigate this area. So there you go. This is where we're at. This is the thing. So at this point, I have rescued 7 of the initial mega worms that were caught in a bathtub. And I am now trying to finish puzzles on the 8th mega worm in order to send the 8th mega worm down the sink drain, which you can see from here. I am very clearly in a sink. So I've got to get this worm out to the drain so that the worms can continue on their journey, whatever their journey might have been. And there you go. You have all of the information I have. So hopefully that helps. Alright, well that other puzzle's stupid, so I'm just going to skip it for now. And as you can see, I am a sentient wormhole possessing a worm. What the crap is this? I am going around in circles? Oh. Oh yeah, I can see how that would cause problems. Sure. What is the correct position for this? Is it here? Probably. So what is this bumping into now? So this part is going to roll to here. This is going to go under here, so that works. This is going over here, and that's fine. Here, 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 and then down, and then over. So that's where that problem is being caused. So what we need to do is 1, 2, 3, down, down, left, down, left, left. But that's longer than I have. That is more than I can fill. So this would go to here, down, over, over, up, over, over, down, down, over, down, over, down, down, over. That's... How do I arrange myself so this is no longer the case? Because there's not a lot of room to work with once I flip over, right? Some of this space I can take advantage of a little bit, but like 1, 2, 3. I guess I could be going up further here. So like this could be like that, and then I could have my tail in the corner. Let's see if that works. Why doesn't this work? So now we have down, over, over, up, over, right? Down, over, up, aha. So no. I could not have done exactly this thing. But I need to figure out where I can have extra worm so that this backup into the tunnel here works. Because that is, I think, part of the plan. I just need to figure out where I'm going from here that makes it work. So we need to use... We're going out here, right? So these 3 here is taking up this space. 1, 2, out, up, over, up, up, over, up, over, down. Aha, it's these 2 spaces. That's where it is. Hey, what's up, Linbug? How's it going? So it's here. Ta-da! And then I still have enough room to back out. And much as before, I can go around this loop and then get out and push the worm into position. Now you can see a puzzle solving. Now you can see what it looks like when the puzzle actually gets solved. First off, the most important part of puzzle solving is the game recognizes when you are a couple of moves away from a solution and starts playing really happy piano music in order to show you that a solution is happening. But it doesn't finish the jingle until you finish the movement. This game is very good in a number of ways. Just really very a good game. Well, this is rather a lot of worms, isn't it? And I am rather not a lot of worm. I am just small. Well, that's 1. That's 2. How do I push that last worm up? That's gonna cause problems, isn't it? It can't go on the edge. If it goes on the edge, it's over. Does that mean that I can't actually do the thing from here? Like, I can do this, but then... Bad news. So I guess I just can't push it down. Right? So this worm I just can't push down. Oh, the other worm I can't push down either. I can push a little down. But not a lot down. So you go out. You go out. You get pushed over here. And then you go out. And then I take my rightful place as Juicy. So you see, it's really not that hard. It's just a matter of thinking about puzzles correctly. You just gotta do the right thing. Not that difficult. Oh, God, this level's impossible. This level looks not easy at all. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Am I trying to fly as a headless worm? How? What the donkey? Maybe crossing here in some way? Setting up multiple pieces of worm? That are useful in some ways? Oh dear. I don't even know what I am doing. I don't even know where to begin. It would help if I knew where to begin, but I can't actually say that I know where to begin. I think I need to cut myself into a lot of pieces of worm. Like, I think I just need to chop up this worm into multiple wormies. In such a way that I can then use the pieces to make bridges? But I can't push here. Nor can I push here. This doesn't seem to work either. Maybe I need to set myself up so that I'm... Oh boy. What does that need to look like? You use the inside eventually too? I'll believe that. Like this? Like this? Do I need to be bigger first? Because that seems unlikely. I mean, it's looking like I need to chop up the worm into pieces and then use those pieces as not bridges exactly, but methods of getting all the way across as a headless worm. And then pick up this while headless to become a two-piece worm so that I can then exit. That seems relatively straightforward to me as an overall concept. The question is, how do I get the pieces I need in the locations I need? Because it's not like I can rotate particularly well. What is that extra food for if that's not the thing I'm meant to do? Because I actually can't see how I would get the pieces into position in order to do that. The food's very far away from the fence. Does it involve a new mechanic or just a novel application of an existing mechanic? I guess that's not really a question I can ask. There's not a good way to answer that question. Everything could be termed a novel application of an existing mechanic. It's either a new mechanic or an existing mechanic. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess I can make food for myself here. Can I make food for myself? That's difficult to do, actually. Changing my mind about the feasibility of making food for myself. Huh? Huh? Also, now there's a 2 stuck on the other side of the fence. Like, what value is that? That is impossible to manipulate. Surely this is not correct. What is the purpose of that extra food? Is it for Ouroboros purposes? I'd believe that, actually. How do I do a circle? Can I do a circle? What part do I have to eat in order for it to be a circle? Like this is not a circle. Squircle. That, helpful. Oh, because it's a square circle, yes. By circle, I meant square. I'm also, like, 9, so eating that would put me at 10? Which I think is impossible. I mean, 10 I could do, like, a 5 tall rectangle. I don't know how to get a rectangle here. Kind of know how to get a rectangle here. Ah, the 10th needs to eat, so it actually is 9. It would end up being 9. Which, yeah, is a square. I don't think a square is doable. No, it does end up 10. Even with the overlap. Wait. It ends up 9 lengths, which is not a square because the hole in the middle. So what shape is 9 lengths? No shape. No shape has a 9 circumference. All right. That's clearly not the answer. Why is that food there? There is room here to do something like this. Not quite. Not quite. 9. I can't bring the food over to the fence on account of the food is surrounded by pits. I can't... What shape, after cutting off one or two pieces, is useful to me? There's something about this business here. Like this, maybe? Something like this? Which is probably useful in some way? Something like this, maybe? This would work if I was one higher up. But from here, how do I get out and still get the value I'm looking for? If it's something like this. No, of course that wouldn't work. You do all my rotating here. Does this help? Trying to figure out what shape would be useful, and then also be able to take advantage of the shape once I've done the thing here. Let's see. It could be coming in from here. But I need this to be open. Okay. I have cut off a shape and escaped. How does this help? Doesn't. Is there a way to get my tail here in this spot and still rotate over? Like here somehow? Does this work if I make a square? Oh, heck yeah! I love squares! Alright, figured it out. Easy peasy. Okay, so I was right initially, but also a little wrong. A little bit wrong, it turns out. But more right than wrong. So that feels good. Take a bow. I felt pretty good about that one, honestly. What have you got to say for yourself, puzzle? How do I get off? Oh no! I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, I do know what I'm doing here. I'm flying. This already needs to be in position. So that I can do this. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Alright, I take it back. I don't know what I'm doing here. I am growing my legend, is what I'm doing. And by legend, I mean tail. Why doesn't this work? Oh, that's so sad. Alright, I mean, this is my start, right? Like, there's literally nothing else I can do other than this start. And now what? Well, that was really difficult to parse, Mr. Gecko. Yeah, I got it. It turns out you cut yourself into one large piece. This is my last resort. Your malfunctioning input device. Bummer about those spaces. What am I doing here? I guess I can eat here. That's kind of helpful. Some tough puzzles. No lies. No lies. Absolutely some tough puzzles. It feels like what I am trying to do is cut off my head here somehow. I like how each progressive person comes into the chat and makes the same joke because I am constantly making the same joke. Thank you. Thank you, Inkling. Is there some other thing I can do here? You're not saddened by this joke? No, it's a pretty good joke, actually. It's working out okay. You accidentally poured soda into it. Oh, no. That is rough, Mr. Gecko. My sympathies. Yeah, I don't have an idea here. I think I want more food. But then I'm not sure what I want to do after that. I think I want that piece to have been further right. Yeah, I want you to have been here. I guess I want to get into a position where I can cut my head off. That seems difficult to do here also. I'm not sure. I have 4 achievements unearned. Uh, at least one of these I know how to get. Oh no, 2 of these I know how to get and could probably get immediately. Leaving the 100% complete a save file achievement and the fail spectacularly achievement that I don't know how to get immediately. So 2 is a pretty good guess. What do I do with this? Where am I going from here? What is my plan? Am I just making a bridge? Is that what all this food is for? I'm just making a bridge? Probably need to be a little bit longer, so maybe I do need to eat one of these foods. Damn it, that needed to be further over. Again, there. But I still don't know how to get off of this worm. Yeah, I'm not in a position where I can cut my head off with that particular piece of fence. I would need to have... I would need to have a worm further down that I am eating. Alright, starting from here, what is the next step? Alright, what if I just eat them all? Where does that get me? Like, how close does this get me to doing something relevant? Pretty close, actually. If I could get something there. Like, if I somehow had a way to spit out the piece of worm that I am currently on, this would work. I wonder if I'm supposed to be like... Does this get me anywhere? I bet I can do this against the far right wall. So I do need a certain amount of length to myself. But also, I need to push some things into position to use as bridges. So there needs to be some more bits here. But I also need to be long enough to be able to push it into that position. And have, what, exactly one food. That food. Exactly that food. There. And then I need to figure out how to eat things. So mean. Alright, maybe instead I just push this whole other worm there? Not quite long enough to get onto that worm from here. This broadly seems like the correct answer. Up. I need to be one longer. So I need to use just a food as a bridge. Just one food as a bridge somehow. But I need to eat that, and I need to eat this. I don't know if I need to eat that, actually. I might not need to eat that. That might be a thing I don't need to eat. Well, I bet it is. Now I need to somehow push those foods up without eating them? Are you kidding me? It strikes me as pretty impossible. Oh, maybe I brace against the left and I just be a particularly long worm? That might work. How long do I need to be in order to make this work? Oh, but I need to rotate to the right. That's the problem. I need to spin the other direction. Oh. Um... But I might be able to get some value out of this by doing this in weird ways. Right? Like, I could do this and then push it over. And then move myself further over somehow. And that didn't really accomplish much, but it was very close to accomplishing something. The important thing is that you had fun. Exactly, exactly. I need to push that there and then get on it. So I guess I need to be one further over in order to make this work. But that still doesn't do anything. It's entirely not a helpful thing to do, this thing that I have done. Unless I could somehow hit myself on the fence. Is that a thing I think I can do? Hit myself on the fence? Guess what didn't work? That doesn't seem like it's going to do much either. Oh no. Well, I guess I'll just undo all of that, shall I? Doing the cha-cha. We're doing a do-si-do. Spinning our worms round and round. Well, like many things that aren't solutions, this was so close to looking like a solution. And yet, here we are. I do not see a path towards victory, is the problem here. I guess the path that I see involves flipping myself onto that ledge. But I can't do that from here, and I can't do that at this length, I don't think. It's the closest I can get. Does this look like it does anything? Really doesn't look like it, does it? There's still no way to get off of the worm I'm on. Unless I can use this trick and make a bridge somewhere that I can get... Hang on. Hold. I somehow did something that was interesting. This, I guess? Can I have done this while being any shorter? One shorter. One shorter is still not enough to get off. Can I have done this while being two shorter? Yes, actually. Prepare yourselves. There's going to be a lot of rewinding. I like the flip-flops. That's really good. It's good value. Oh, but from here, I could not have pushed it back up while being any shorter. So no. There actually is a lot of potential here, though. Oh boy, that took a while. Flipping was the answer. I just figured out how to position... I have to figure out how to position myself to flip correctly. Woof. 15. 3 away from being able to leave. It's still not 100%. But... it would be... draining this worm. Don't like that. What is this for? What are we doing here? Okay. Okay. And then what? And then what? Oh, right! I can use this to push these down. Got it. Well, not like that. Ah, but now I gotta figure out a way to do it with that wall in the way. Problems. I can do one at a time. That's gonna be a problem. No? No? Okay. Undo. Does this work or does this not work? It does not work. And why does it not work? Problems? Sure. Push it back up. I don't want to push it back up. That'll push it up, which is not what, again, not what I want. Ah, here we go. No? Got it. I can keep doing this, I just need to keep flipping it. And now I need to do the other one. In a way that doesn't kill me. Do I just... I can't put that on top, right? Need to get this out of the way. Maybe push it in here. Hey, Chrono, how's it going? Came here for hard worms. The worms are hard. It turns out the worms are pretty difficult. I have decided to skip and come back to several of the puzzles already. Hey, Sainiku, how's it going? Problems. Guess we start with that, and then I don't know what I'm doing with this yet. Very sick? That is unfortunate. My sympathies. Problems. I need to get them separated. I think I can get them separated this way. Okay, cool. Now up. Good. Now down. Problems. Now down. Now up. Oh no. No. No! I can do it this way, though. That was up. That was down. Now up. Now down. Push it up one. And then I start pushing the other one through. And then eventually this works. Now up. What a process. Now down. Now up. And that's it. We're free. We've done it. Solution is here. Wow. Cool, cool. 2 more. How many more are there? So 2 of the next 6. 2 of the next 7. And then, I mean, eventually all. But for now, 2 of the next 7. Well, this is a bit of a conundrum. Looks like I have got to cut myself into pieces. This is my last resort. Let us make the appropriate shape. And then roll into position. Yes. How to do this? How to do this? So I want to roll such that from here, rolling in either direction. How about from here? Let's just say it's from here. So now it just needs to be 3 empty in the middle? 2 empty in the middle. So like this. Except I'm actually too long for that right now. Oh no. But as long as there's an extra piece, I can always push and cut it off, right? So we are looking at... here, like this. It's 1 too long. So we want to come in like this. That didn't work. We want to come in like this. Is this right? Can I do this? Rude. I guess. Oh, I see. I see what I was supposed to do here. No. Wait. I was wrong? Is there a way to do this that cuts off the appropriate amount of worm? I guess if I wiggled. Right? Like from here? Oh, but then I need to... No, that's going to cause further problems. Is there a way to make this work? Thank you. It's so hard to visualize how I want this to work. And then that food is there to taunt me, I guess. One, two, three, four, five, six. So yes. I think from here, actually. Something like this? Still don't know what I'm doing. I think the block over here on the right does not let me input the wiggle I'm looking for. Maybe it does. Maybe it does not. Not quite enough room to do the thing I want to do. Which, who's surprised? Oh, if I eat that, though, I think there is enough room to do the thing I want to do. Right? So then that's, these two here. This seems really oh. And then how do I get into position, you might ask yourself. It's a very good question that you should be asking yourself. Okay, I understand. I need to fly. I get it. I get it. So that's what that's for. That's for flying. How do I set myself up to fly? While cutting an appropriate piece of myself off. Oh, it's dangerous looking. I think the way it works for flying is... Oh man, I have no idea how this works. Actually. Because I need to end... I guess I cut, and then I figure out how to fly afterwards. So now that I have cut, I need to be one longer. Like, I need to make this cut work, which it does not currently work. That sure doesn't help. Alright, what if instead of this path for cutting... Oh, yeah, okay. I did it this way. That's even worse. That is, in fact, even worse. Here? Like this? Except I have to get that positioning right. So here? Yes, like this. This is perfect. For some value of perfect, this is perfect. I need to do that thing, but I need to do it in such a way that this is still pushable afterwards. Oh no. There we go. No, you are doing it wrong. Do it right instead. Thank you. Alright, now that I have done it right. We go flying. No? That's not right? I was sure this was gonna work. Oh, there it is. I knew it was gonna work. You gotta go over the thing. God, I love being right. What the hell is this? Oh god, this looks like a goddamn mess. Wow, look at that food over there. Oh, I hate it. I have to build myself a wall. Such that when I go up here, I'm still blocked off. Blocked off, blocked off, blocked off, blocked off. All the way up to here until I hit here so that it pops. Okay. Well then, I am taking this to paint, I think. This level indeed. This is looking like quite a level. So, I need to block off this square, which means I need to block off this square, which means I need to block off this square, which means I need to block off this square, which means I need to block off this square, and this square. All of these squares need to be blocked off in such a way that they cannot be pushed in particular directions, right? These cannot be pushed down, and these cannot be pushed left. That's what I need to do. And I have these worms to work with. So I could do something like 2 here, 3 here, 2 here, 3 here, which leaves me 2 2s and 2 2s. So that's 2 2 2 2. Is this somehow complicated to get into those positions? Because this looks like it. This looks like what I'm supposed to be doing. So I'm just going to try and assemble that and see how ridiculous that is. Love that I break out paint. It's how I know how to play these games. I know a few things about. Oh, I need to, because they all got across the streams. Oh no. Okay, we gotta get P's and Q's in their appropriate places. So this has to go here, and this has to go here, and then this goes here. But before I can do that, the other two have to cross. So let's cross them over and get them out of the way. I'm not pushing that over one more. Is that out of the way? Doesn't look very out of the way. What if this were slightly less out of the way here? Push it over to here or something. Honestly, I can just push you over here also. And then you don't need to go around in that way. And then these can go around the other way here. And be ready to go into position. Process. What a process. Okay. So now the 3 goes into position. And then both of these 2s. 1 less, thank you. Good job. Well done. Okay, so it wasn't actually that much of a process to get them into position. The process was just figuring out the positions they needed to go into. And now I just navigate this wiggle until pop. Superb. All right, well that is 18 puzzle pieces at close to the nick of time. So there's definitely more to do here. But that I might save for a different stream. No, I need one more. Are you kidding me? I need one more. Crap. Bad at math. Heck, I needed 19. I knew that I needed 19. What's going on here? What's going on here? I need to get the U. I guess the C. It's a very long C. Across an exactly C-length gap. So we need to get one of these foods down there to hold it in position. And that can be here or here or anywhere across those middle 5. But this seems like, one of these two seems like the easiest place to get a food. So how difficult is it to just start pushing this thing around? A little difficult. A little more difficult than it looks. I certainly don't want to push it against the wall like that. But I might be able to do something interesting here. Assuming I can get myself positioned correctly. Which I'm not clear that I can. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a thing I could do, bracing myself behind it, unfortunately. Not with how it's positioned. If it was further over, I could. If it was further over... How do I get it even one further over? If I get it one further over, it's not a problem. Nothing is a problem anymore. How do I get it one further down? One. Just one. Just one. Does it involve eating this other food? What if eating that other food lets me do the thing I was trying to do? No! Why? Rude. Really? Really? Oh, maybe I can get myself into that position and then eat the food? Not so much, no. What is this food for? You know? That one. What is that food for? What does that do for me? What does it let me do? What if we look at the next level? Maybe one of these is easier. For some value of easier. Whoa. Alright, well that seems fairly straightforward. I can't say that what I've done here is even remotely correct, but it sure is interesting. Oh, do I need to... Do I need to pop this fence first? Because, like, this is so straightforward and also not the answer. I mean, I don't think I need to fly here. But I'm not sure that I know what I need to do. Alright, maybe flying is incorrect? Really? Why ever not? God, it's so perfectly set up to do this thing, and I think that means it's wrong. Hmm. What happens if I do this? Oh! I win is what happens if I do that. Well, excellent. Happy to hear it. I didn't know. But now I know. Fantastic news. Get in there. Undo, restart, change can. How about change can? Where are you going? Do you have any idea where you're going, my dude? You're just traveling around in circles? In the drain forever? Okay, I guess now I have to do, the other one? Oh. Well, it's a good thing I have, like, the map for this. Because I wouldn't want to have to figure this out again. Not that I figured it out the first time. But I want to get this done. And then we'll probably come back to this again later. But, for now... 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Down. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I love the tones too. Like, this is so satisfying. I am missing part of this last screenshot. Can I zoom in? I don't think I can zoom in, actually. You're doing it wrong. Do I have everything else right at least? 5, 2 up. Two. There it is. So that's all 8 worms. Is this a good end? Or is there also a 100% end? I think there's just an achievement for 100%. And this may be the closest to good end that exists. Also, I'm going to have to go back and review because I don't remember the details of the first ending. So if this is different in any way, I'm not sure I will have internalized that. Cool. There's 2 cans worth. 96%. Okay, so part of that is being able to see more from here, I guess. Although this is quite the process. candy worms, all the different kinds of worms. I guess with 100%, this will just be all visible instead of requiring me to look through a telescope. Well, 96% is sure better than what other percent I had before. I don't know if this is actually giving me better visibility or anything. Because this looks pretty much the same to me. I'm not seeing any big differences here. So maybe the difference is with that extra 4%. All right. Well, I guess we'll have to come back to this in order to get that extra 4%. I'm not going to do it